For whom weaves the storm, her tears on our skin. The days of our years gone, our souls soaked in sin. These memories ache with the weight of
Hello, and welcome back. Husky by the Geek with Studio Nintendo. They do great Final Fantasy XIV covers. And today, we're starting up Endwalker. Ooh boy. It's been a long road. Long road. Last we left off, we've been... Let's see, yeah, we've been trying to thwart Fandaniel's plan to destroy the whole world. And we've been, talking with the various leaders of the nations and also, figuring out how things are going in, what's it called? Garlemald. That's it. We've been figuring out what's going on over there, and also figuring out what's up with these giant towers that Fandaniel put everywhere. We stopped his plans to summon a few primals. A couple of them at least. Yeah, we fought Odin and Ifrit, and also Bahamut. Yeah, and then Xeno still isn't pleased with Fandaniel, but Xenos does have now a new scythe weapon instead of the katanas that he was wielding before. And oh yeah, and also we petitioned Charlayans for their aid in preventing the end of the world, but they were all like, nah, the world's not gonna end. If it was, we would know. It's like, what? Excuse me? Huh? And also, Alphino and Aliger's dad showed up to tell us, yeah, Charlayan is not helping. We're gonna continue to do our thing of leave the world be. We're not gonna interfere one way or the other. So I believe we're headed to Charlayan now. Let's hop on over here. Also, off stream, I have I've gotten Astrologian to 51. I intended just to get to 50, but I got to level 49 and it's like, well, I have to do another duty in order to, another leveling duty in order to get to 50 so that I can do the 50 quest, and also so that I can just get rid of every healer gear that's, well, actually every mage gear that's less than level 50. And then that leveling duty happened to give me 2 levels, so level 51 it is. And then there was like 3 level 50 quests that I had to go through. I was like, there's 3? Usually there's like 2 and they're pretty short, but this one had 3. And actually, one of those 3 quests was literally talk to this dude to start the quest. Walk upstairs, talk to another person. Quest done. I'm like, what was the point? What you could this could have just been rolled in with another quest, since the next quest is also level 50. What was the point of that? But anyways. I also started Dancer, which just starts at level 60, so I didn't need to do any leveling there. But I did the level 60 quests. And, so now I need to get Bard to level 50, and that'll be all of the DPS classes level 50. So I'll only have to worry about Gladiator and Marauder then. Going pretty well. But now, let us speak with Alphino. Alphino is feeling the need to take stock. Gymnosia, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Okay. I mean, everybody's here. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. And we have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of aeons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvold and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yeah, Arenvold is in a wheelchair now. Don't think he'll be able to walk again, because Ifrit crippled him. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession. But that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Faaaallll, I am sure of it. Master Faaaallll's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on.
Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Laminza and board the next ship bound for Faaaallll. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldesion, come to assist with the Order's restoration.
The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once.
Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey.
Oh, Tatara. Quest accepted. Right. No. Just go into Lanasi. So actually we'll return to Lower Docks. It's that simple. Yeah, it's also for my armor chest, aside from removing all the less than level 50 mage gear, I've also removed a couple of other things. I had some gunbreaker only gear that I wasn't using, and so since it's gunbreaker only, might as well be rid of it. I put some in the glamour chest and removed another. And then I had 2 sets of sage only gear that were effectively exactly the same, except one was tradable and one wasn't. But it looked exactly the same, had the same stats, same level requirements, same item level, all that stuff. So I... Hello? So I went ahead and I sold the set that was sellable, and with the rest of the set that wasn't sellable, I put the boots and gloves into my glamour chest because I thought they looked neat, but the rest of it I just tossed because I didn't much care for how it looked. It was kind of eh. But anyways, where are we going? Ah, over by the Arcanist Guild. To the ferry docks.
Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. So the ship for Faaaallll should be pulling into port soon. So please, follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
Yep, all my luggage. Sure. That thing that I have. I mean, I do have an entire armory chest, but that apparently fits all on my person somehow. Never ask how we carry all of the things that we do.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
So I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
Also, look at that sky. Starry sky looks so beautiful.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Thancred. Young Thancred.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
What's the matter, Tataru?
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Yeah.
And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
No sense worrying about the things we're powerless. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. My goodness, that second option.
I'll hold you to that.
I'm a doctor.
Ah, good. You're still here.
That's what I do. Hello, Boulder.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Cool, cool.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Yeah.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
All aboard! Lots of people going to Sharlayan.
It's time.
Either that or they're all
Then
just
we must delay no longer.
going to watch.
We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
We do have link pearls after all.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Of course.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
What are you saying?
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Okay. My truth, huh? As the map unfolds, and we sail north to Old Sharlayan. Such somber music. Oh. Alright, Heidelin.
Feel.
What do you want now?
Think.
Are we gonna see you again?
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser.
Well, apparently I've got an internal alarm
hardly
clock.
alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
It's gotta be rough falling asleep, sitting up like that.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
So am I gonna see Heidelin once I get up on deck? Out in a more open environment? Oh, there she is. So, Heidelin.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Uh-huh. Why haven't you been talking to me for so long?
Here.
And then now you suddenly start talking again?
Think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I mean, I'm one warrior of light, but yeah, why now? I can trust your words. Why now, Heidelin?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
No?
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am.
I mean, sure.
What Heidelin has always been. A primal.
That doesn't explain why you've suddenly decided to
Zodiac was created to
come before
forestall
me.
the apocalypse, which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him.
Yeah.
Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Looking nice.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
Yeah.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper.
All right.
There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
One way or another. Here we start on it. Another adventure. Hello, Moon. I assume you play a big part in Endwalker.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets.
Yeah, they do.
Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Yeah.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group.
Yeah?
Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
We'll follow your lead, Graha.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
Indeed.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service.
Oh, is that what that neck mark thing is on some of the Scions?
I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team. but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Ha ha ha.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Huh.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Well.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Yeah.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Estidian. And myself.
Name and occupation?
Not champion of Eorzea. I could say artisan, adventurer. Say artisan, yes.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production.
Yes.
You may enter.
Yes, exactly.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me...
Hi, Cryo.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Exactly.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Yeah, that was my thought. Like, bodyguard.
Croyle!
Of course.
It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
A wonderful start to our journey.
I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back.
What do we have? Oh yeah, item level 515, right? And as I recall, currently have, oh yeah, 500 for Sage. Reaper has 515 already. Dark Knight has 530. So yeah, we'll go with Sage. For this weapon. Horse Chestnut. How does it look? This high... Is that the one? Yeah. Yep, 515. Looks interesting. I will equip it. I think I will also be glamour plate. Where is it? There it is. Good, 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 good. Bye. Update. All right. What's this? 515. How's my gear? Okay, so this is all 500, so it would be good to get some 515 gear for free.
I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. Smile. But this is Junossi and Astinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesian Annex. How does that sound?
'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same.
I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city.
Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon.
Yes, we'll see you there.
I too have places I would be remiss if in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave.
What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking.
That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me.
But I could... Oh... Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours.
Oh, of course, if you will have me.
Come, Jurassic. Charlian awaits.
Yawns.
After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead.
Grahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. In the event you use the Ethernet, Grahatia will catch up to you so long as you remain in the same area. You can leave Grahatia behind, however, by entering a different area. You may also speak to him and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Cryo.
Okay then.
All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour.
Cryle is now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with Cryle at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together.
Look at that, got some accompaniment. New mechanic.
Whoop. Conversation.
With all the unusual wares coming and going in at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any task which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlian, the same way it is in Eorzea.
Right.
This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the unusual necessities for daily living and the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Charlian's pursuit of knowledge. Namely, large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy.
I see. And leave meats, that's what Grahatia was mentioning, and some guild ship hunt board. No. Come on. Get out of the way. Graha. Gotta attune to this. Nice. Oh, also the map has little Markers and things. Okay. So there's only 2 talking points currently. There's a giant statue in the harbor.
Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldesian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Faaaall, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named after the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing.
I see. Here we are. Great.
And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland, as encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their budget being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient. Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish? We should all stop in when time permits, and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza.
Yes. To the plaza. Look at that Aetheryte. Looks beautiful. Very good. Ah.
An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to the next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora Sharlayan's largest marketplace.
But first, Ugh. Seriously, why am I yawning so much? Come on, buddy.
Speaking of Aetherytes, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties. But I find old habits hard to break. That and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork.
Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs? As part of it. Since when? Where's my reimbursement? Hold on a minute. Hang on. Hello?
That's the entrance to the confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here.
And the market board. Bookstalls.
Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment. How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Ah, perhaps I'll return later then. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Sharlayan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations.
I see. True, I've not seen an open-air bookstall in any other place but here. Materia vendor, materia melder, regular old melder, or mender, I should say, not melder. Whoops, no, not crow.
Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs to that imposing building at the very top.
And you don't have to go back to the plaza itself. We could just hop this wall. Woo! And of course, mounts are not allowed in the town or city.
These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Faaaallll were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture.
Sounds lovely. I do so love and enjoy water.
This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at... No longer selling items. What? What is that? Did my items sell? I guess. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead.
Alright. But, oh, first, let's have a look at the view as well. It is a very nice view. Nice view indeed. Also, I noticed that, oh! Apparently, I am no longer a sprout. Huh. How about that? Two years after starting this game. No longer a little sproutling. But also, it's interesting that I don't have access to the, to that network.
We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Yunkrep built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. That estate belongs to our friends from House Lavier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct! After you, Genosia.
Oh, crap. I've been missing some Aetherites. Or Ethernet shards, I should say. Yeah. Attune. The Levier estate. I should get this Nuphaeum Aetherite. I assume we'll be heading this way eventually. So we'll get that later. But quest old Sharlayan, new to you. of tuning. There we go. And we'll grab this one. We already got that one. So then I think we're just missing these two. Just thinking about that customs agent asking me about what I do, and in my current outfit, yeah, sure, artisan. That surely makes sense. Or, you know, healer, doctor, or what do they call them? Chirurgians. All those would make sense and wouldn't be, you know, all about fighting and killing. Now, if I happen to be wearing my Reaper set, it's like, you know, that big scythe on your back kind of makes me think you're not an artisan, though. Or Dark Knight, giant sword, But a healer class, oh yeah, sure, totally. Artisan or chirurgeon. That tracks. Journey's end.
Right, we cross this bridge here, as I recall, stick to the path, and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza.
I see.
Charlene is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them.
Perhaps so. But also I will use Reaper just so I can do this. For a little faster traveling. Whoa. Alright, Crow.
As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then?
Alright, but also there's a Ethernet thing I should attune to.
I'm back, and I've brought Genasi and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship, then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Junasia. I've heard many a tale of your exploits.
I'm sure.
Ojika? Ojika Sunjika? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Kryl and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex that here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first we must ensure that the Telophoroi form. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Nodders.
Alright, well first, just gotta tune here. Nice. Yeah, we'll go into the main hall then.
Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Charlian, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Charlian focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
Of course.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, The recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
What more pressing what?
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
Yeah.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair.
Never been to Thavnair.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Uh-huh.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
Wow.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
What can I say?
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
Yeah.
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
Indeed.
Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
And how do you expect me to be in two places at once?
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Makes
right.
sense.
The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
Okay.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Yes, nodders. And we get clothes! Armor! Let's see what's in this old chestnut. Dark hempen coat of healing. Looks lovely enough. Don't think it quite matches the aesthetic though, so I am gonna wear it. We will sort. I'm gonna figure out. Let's see here. So we got 80, 78, 76. Feels a little ridiculous to have all three. So I'm probably gonna get rid of the 78 one. Alright, from 76 to 80. Should be able to do that without any too much trouble. And then we've even got 72, 76, 80, yeah. Look. Jump from 65 to 72, that's quite a big leap. Anyways. Kyle. Gonna get some boots. Bent on uncovering the reason behind the Forum's inexplicable behavior. Then also Thancred.
An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods.
And Thancred. Amralasi. Oh, it's a meal. Blend of yogurt and spices. This refreshing drink is infused with the mellow sweetness of the amra fruit. Aha. For Thavnir bound. I have Kryle's instruction in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we.
Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have.
Kryle was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on etherology,
a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite.
Right. So, first... Oh man, the Confluence is right there. But I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna get this Studium Aetheryte. Well, I'm gonna... Hitting the books, then probably the Studium Aetheryte, which will take me back to here. And then I'll go on up to the Confluence. Try and tackle these two paths at the same time, since apparently that's what they want me to do. Also, look at this. Lovely trees and grass. Looks great. I think it's up. Yeah. There she is. Hey, Crow.
My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface, like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Gubal Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlene history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading!
Oh boy. Oh boy. What's up with this? Magical floor? Yeah, it does go down quite a ways. Many thousands of books. Reads The Story of Charlotte.
Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of Nuncrif. Nuncrif was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nuncrip's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only a moment to spare, Nuncrif wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Abalathia. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nuncrif gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Roads of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak, in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony, and gave it yet another name, Aidylshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Aidylshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum, or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in greater detail. That was apparently not a relevant subject. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Nuncrif, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: "Renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason." The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other. A nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be battered for wealth in coin, or bartered for wealth in coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings, for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star. They would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world.
I mean, that's nice and all, but are you ever gonna defend yourself if someone were to attack you? Forever 20 summers.
My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health, and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus, do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40, whatever age you are when you discover this manual. Let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etherological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the forum or mention the history of Sharlayan. Yes, I knew that as soon as I started reading. Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depictions of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alleg who came closest to the understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain... Shut up. Shut up. the voice of a growing city.
In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created.
Gain fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Alright. Here I am. Where's everybody else?
Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially related tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm sure of it. Or I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather far further away. In the southern reaches of Ilzabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavner. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land and, by ship, brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikate to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused.
Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alleg. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Baldesion, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me. It was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Nui Soir, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, okay. With sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. 'Tis exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Genosia. More company should be arriving any moment now.
And I guess wait some more. Once again.
We've returned with our selections, although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Cryle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details.
Well, meteors raining from the skies, fire everywhere, panic, chaos.
My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh?
Primes of the rail powers. No. Complete destabilization of creation magics, I believe.
Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding.
If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days?
Alvaro, can you answer this one? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. It was definitely like all across the star.
I think you may be misremembering. As I recall, 'twas more of a gradual spread.
Okay, never mind.
The Amoritine spoke of a keening sound that rose from the land itself just before a region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, but thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom. It must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's Mehmets and ask after any books which might make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take?
Well, they knocked Dalamud from the sky. They summoned Zodiac.
Yes, was with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her fellow not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. It is forcing people to summon primals. Kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? This is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Ishtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers.
And then we wait some more.
I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Gerun oracles. for its potential to cause panic and confusion. That tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunal with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion and that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Well, you know, I've gotta go to that other nation, deal with that tower. You know, I got places to be. I can't just stick around and read. I'll leave that to you guys. And
You'll labor for what feels like an age as Ishtola's research assistant.
Oof. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? And the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Level 82!
Doses 3. Nice. Phlegma 3 as well. And Dyscrasia 2. And Toxicon 2. And Offensive Magic Mastery 2. Man, so many things. Level 82 is big, apparently. Shoes. I got some new shoes. Not Shadowless. Oh, wait. I gotta open the thing. But I do have Shadowless Boots of Healing, which is interesting. Those are only $4.75. They look nifty. Anyways, how about these boots? Gotcha Skin Boots of Healing. Wait, those are... Yeah, those are 15. Yeah, they don't look that good. They look really meh. Stats-wise, they're better, but I will be glamour plating those. Okay. Very good. I will have to, like, get rid of these, so I'll put them in... I'll probably put them in my glamour dresser. Just because they are healer class gear, level 80, but I've got better level 80 healer class gear. So, no need to take up an extra armory chest spot.
Ready for a tea break, Genosia? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables. I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good.
Right. But first I should continue the other quest. The other quest line here. And of course, attune to the final Ethernet shard. Ethernet access to the studio. You attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Old Chalet. Nice. go to the annex so we can get to the confluence, I believe it is. Why did these get placed here when I've already got Phlegma 3 here? And I've got Toxicon 2 right there. What? Ridiculous. Rhizomat. That one grants a stack of Aerisgall, and I've had that for... I don't need that here. Don't need that there. Kite, however it is pronounced.
Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again?
Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl of the Students of Valdesia. We seek passage to Thavner, and understand that you can assist us.
Ah, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome!
Test subjects?
Test subjects?
Oh, you hadn't heard? Well, then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement.
Truly, that changes everything.
Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other over in Yedilamad, a port town in Thavner. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzatan, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists.
So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like you, good sir. Or like your good self. The magic's imbued within, or will whisk you away without any effort on your part.
A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry about such things. But do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention?
The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. All we need is a willing participant. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Master Kraut truly knows how to pick 'em.
If I might change the subject, are Master Wilfson and Mistress Bloilda not present today?
Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. Large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand. but I'm not privy to the details.
Large-scale project helmed by the Forum. Sounds like something we should investigate. I see.
Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly.
Indeed. Well. At first, I will quickly hop into the nap room and store these boots I got. Chalice. There you are. Nice. So it is a nice room. Very nice. Plenty of books. And a chalkboard and some kind of... Oh, I guess like a washing station or something? I don't know. Just towels. Kitchenware. Whatnot. But real quick, I need to get some water and take a quick trip to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. So, see you very soon. So, let's get back to it. To the Hitler Plaza. Wait.
Right, we're all set.
Also, I think she stole my hairstyle.
Just the four of you, was it?
Yeah.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
He's like, I'm not gonna be your test subject. I'm good.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Uh-huh. Then she runs off.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Here we go.
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Oh boy.
What?
What? Violent ethereal sickness. Surely I won't, being the main character who is able to transport, ethereally transport all the time, a bajillion times. And thus we were transported.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Hey, look at that.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh boy. Violent.
What chance?
Oh, okay. I was like, Urian J is unaffected, and then nope.
Against such an insidious foe.
Oh no. All 3 of us. Ugh. Ethereal sickness.
Seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
Yeah, this is worse.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Hopefully. Thank you, Estinian.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Oh? Oh, Thancred?
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Well.
Too late. Nothing we can do.
Wait. Or perhaps there's something I can do. You managed to will yourself to your feet. But given your condition, you will be able to... will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Estinian! Wait! Estinian! Ether sickness. Estinian! Hey. You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with ether sickness. By the Manusia, a traveler. Greetings, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me, my special Amra Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients. He is famed for calming unruly bellies. Hello, Elephant Man. By way of a warm welcome to Thavner, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. Estinian. Estinian. Wait. I think I need to go to say. Deny. No. No. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me? Wah! Sincerest apologies, sir. But I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Woof. Oh, am I all good now? I don't need to drink it again? Or I don't need to drink it at all, I should say? Oh, I guess I must have automatically drinking my share. Please. Be to the 12, but praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You've spared us to Taru's wrath.
Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair? I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do without, against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, though tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. Are all Hanish merchants so unscrupulous? Expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment. Yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavner as its dominion, the nation of Radzatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. At the beginning there were the Arcosadora, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzatan. Yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence. Given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so. That opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've naught to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlimad? Yedlimad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Yeah. Now let's attune to this etherite, so we never have to go through that ether sprite or ether sickness again. And there's this gemstone trader.
Welcome, traveller. That's right, we're open for business again. Can't sit wallowing when there's sales to be made, am I right? So, got any bi-coloured gemstones you're willing to part with?
Not for any of that. Next quest.
Right. Let us split up and make inquiries in town. June, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be.
Quest accepted. Woo! Big place. 3 Aetherites too. No Ethernet crystals though in this town. So it's not a main hub like the Charlean.
The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left for too long.
Interesting. Why would you leave a basket of fruits just sitting on the pier?
Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity.
Hello. Excuse me.
What am I doing? Oh, recalling my sales. Still do it daily out of habit. Though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could have been even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like faaaallll. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realise. You're a traveller by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay faaaallll a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the harbour guild building across the water from here.
Over there? Huh. What do you mean over there? Hello, Kefiraz.
Well now, if it isn't a traveller, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narinair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion. But no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us? Only the gods know.
Tower, bad for business. Noted. faaaallll.
The Dalmascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire's at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. Can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk.
Gah! But this will be an enormous loss!
All right. Forget about the Dalmascans.
Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handcrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed.
I know all these things, Kazal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are?
Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant.
No.
I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others.
Excuse me. My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then.
Shall I speak with Matsu? It seems I shall.
Yes? Can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him.
I see. Thanks for the gloves, though. Some fingerless gloves, apparently. Dark hemp and gloves of healing. Equip. How do they look? Like the rest of the outfit, kinda eh. Let's see, got 80. That one's 72, okay. So actually I will probably be, these are level 80, these are level 80, so I might as well get rid of these. Sell those as well. Actually, can I sell them? I can, good. Hello, Matsya.
If I may ask, what is it that you do?
Well, I kill giant beasties.
An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people? Then, that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. Problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done?
Bro, I'm sorry to say, but no one's really buying much these days around here.
If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once.
The events to follow can't be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations.
You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers? I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here? In Yedlamad, I will observe you and learn.
Matsuya is now accompanying you.
Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Yep. I understand how the following system works. Oh, looks like I can use my mounts in this town. Oh. Gotta sell them at the docks, apparently. Why would you sell fish at the docks? I mean, I could understand, like, selling it to other people who happen to come over to the docks knowing that you're going to be selling fresh fish. But if they're not even that fresh, and people could just fish here themselves to catch the fish? I'm just saying.
Yes?
Fish, you got fish here, fish, straight from the sea's bosom onto your mouth.
I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh, but this is rather sudden. I don't need any fish right now, so thanks but no thanks.
You failed to make a sale. Oh.
Never mind. It never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'll fare better with the next customer.
Oh. But fish here! Straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth! How does that not make you want to buy my fish? Woo! Hit! Nasreen! Fish here! Want some fish?
A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality.
Amra shmamra! My fresh fish is the only thing you need! What do you need so many amra for? I'll be an actual decent person.
Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the first shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry.
I know how. Are you sure you're actually? I know how you feel.
Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoy a little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment.
What?
Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side town, shall we?
Why didn't I get a chance to? Okay, fine. I guess I should have said, Amra shmamra. All you need is my fish. Fish is what you need. Fish. Right here. Come get your fish. You know you want it. You know I got it. So why don't you buy it? Fresh fish. Bazama. What's up? What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, God, my stomach. Oh. Ether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish will settle your stomach, and mine are the freshest of all! The food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. Oh. Fish! That's all you need!
Never mind. We just approached him at a bad time. And timing is everything, yes? Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier.
running up to people. Hey, fresh fish! Fresh fish is all you need. I got the freshest of all. Don't you want some fish? I got it for you. Bring it straight to you. Don't you worry about a thing.
Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Though you didn't manage to sell any fish in the end, by the way you fearlessly approach strangers gave me much courage. When I peddle my wares, I'll remember your example and endeavor to be fearless too.
Yeah.
Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for faaaallll soon. Thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya?
Thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya?
faaaallll, have you finished your business at the guild?
So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate.
So you can't buy my fish anymore?
I'm sorry, Matsya. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods.
But by myself, I can't.
I want to help you, I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be if I let it fall apart. I've friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness.
faaaallll. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road.
See ya. Elephant Man. Fishmonger.
Whoop. Whoop.
Hey, Thancred. Urianche, Estonian. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. Sure. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods. But to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophoroi. Indeed. And we're getting decent chunks of experience, which is nice. That Matsya fellow you were helping. He's Arkasodara, is he not? Apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkasodara would be their primary target. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Faaaallll lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Quest accepted. Hang on a minute. Is this an ether current quest? Ogul? Yes.
Why are there Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Ah! Your face! It is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mole in the Nadam. I am Ogul of the Katian. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered?
The Akasadora are a civilized tribe.
I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter Matanga, you turn tail and flee as fast as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, it terrorizes unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kankana person the sailors told me about. She is said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I will see what she has for me. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Ma'am. Well, since we do need, where would that be? Yeah, there it is. Interesting. Maybe because we haven't received any ethereal currents yet. Oh my goodness, so cool. The person that you were told you could work for.
By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kankana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Ma'am.
Hi.
Welcome to Yedlimat, traveler. I am Kankana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name?
Well, actually, I'm just speaking on behalf of her, but yeah.
Chinasia and Ogul, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite all right? Ah, an understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight. Lest you doubt my skills is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Chakazo herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on an escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and ask that I send any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What? They're already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There's to be a ritual dance performed at Kajaya's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes and for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there's no time to waste. And these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was an
Arxadora who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem.
Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Jasia, I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of the victor of the Nodum, and half the reward for this task will be yours.
The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yedlimad to the west, and you should soon come across your employer.
Then that is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes?
Yep. Sure thing. Absolutely ridiculous. A ghoul!
Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous...
Is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky.
Of course! I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him, or being harmed. Perfect!
I must say this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by Arxadora? I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Okul has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. Oh boy. But also, while we're down here, we shall proceed with this. Surveying. You do not see Matsya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Also a chocobo keep. Well met, traveler. Oh, and we should also... 200 to the northeast, I see. Also, what? A Gaja. Giant elephant. Man, that was huge. Them some huge elephants. Cardion just in case. Oh my goodness. So go. Oh good, she seems to be doing well.
Equation doses 3.
A girl? I'm just gonna stand there, huh? Fine, I'll kill the elephant myself. There.
You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full, thanks to you. I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others.
What happened? Did you slay the beast? That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second, knowing a Matanga stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught that we should let fear wash over us like water, but to my shame, I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, Janasia, but why did you follow me?
Because you're a scaredy cat who can't seem to do anything yourself.
We were to patrol? Forgive me, I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reached safety.
Indeed. Well, I cannot yet fly here. I can at least journey a little faster on horseback.
My colleague told me of his rescue. Although we had hoped for an escort from the start, imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payment, that you can collect from Kankana.
Right. I suppose we report to Kankana then.
Yeah. That's how that works. Lots of very colorful stone.
Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned, to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Thavnair rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payment, half each as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you if so.
No, not really. See ya. I got things to do now that I got that ether current. Second area, interesting. Wonder what the first is. Also, that is a lot of exploration ether currents. My goodness. Where could they all be? Oh, straight east. Come on. Let's see if we can at least spot it. Aha! Oh, come on. Bro. Let me jump off the cliff. Transport back to this etherite. Also, 200 to the north. Really? Huh? How? 153, 122 to the north. Must be on the other side of this, like right up there. Okay. Yeah, this place has a lot of ether currents. It's ridiculous. In there, right? Oh, there's one 200 to the west. To the west of here in Happily. Our journey never ends. vein. You do not see Matsya from here either. No, leave me alone! Help! Somebody help! Matsya's voice, and it came from the north. Matsya! If we're gonna be fighting, perhaps I should switch. Yeah. Hello, people. Seems you want to die. Fret not, Matsya. You are safe now.
Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here?
How did you not hear the fighting?
I see you found him in time.
You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came.
Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Akasadora were being targeted. Surely you have as well? Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city.
We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have.
I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. Goodness. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings?
Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot, House of Divinities. In the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death.
To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature?
You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I am a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish.
What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akyali? Of course.
Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it.
So 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hunnish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods. Like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To our galley. $195 to the north. Well, it's not too terribly far. Though it would appear to be down a cliff. Yeah, still 108 yawns. Probably in the Fonta Maya. For now, though, we've got places to be. Svarna. Discovered a new location. Hang on. There we go. Another new location. It looks like we can swim out to sea a bit there. Up to that tower. Ah. Let's see.
Welcome to Rakyali, my friend. The name means White Beach, and there isn't much here save that. But please, make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any of us, or any one of us, can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens.
Kanga.
You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are.
Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Asfieda?
Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts, respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men.
I see. Sounds pretty odd.
There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking with the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities.
By all means, we should like to see it.
They're Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters.
One bearing a scythe, another a spear, and a third daggers.
The center one is the eldest, Sindaruva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune.
In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask?
The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arkasadara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history.
You worship dragons too?
It's said that our ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of the Radzatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid.
Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower.
That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success.
Right. I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's note, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast.
Understood. Huh. Matsya has a shine in his eyes that wasn't there before.
Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you! She's a brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding... And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day, and those eyes... When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them.
sir? Are you in love with her? Haiti to the southeast, hold up. Don't want to miss out on that. '70 to the northeast now. So it must be mainly east. What? What? Ah, there it is. No, tortoise. I have no quarrel with you. Simply need this ether current. Very good. Now, where's the next nearest? 300 to the northeast. Interesting. Let's do the northeast. No. I feel like it's going to be too far. 200 to the northeast. $136 to the east, yeah. It's down there somewhere. Supple. Prisaka. Getting mighty close to that tower. The new location. Whoops. 400 to the northeast. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's a lot of bodies on the floor. Perhaps you shouldn't let the bodies hit the floor.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Just asleep, though, not dead.
Oh, we have guests.
Hello? There you go.
You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
This seems like more than that.
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women.
Okay.
If you will allow.
So
People
tiny.
of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
What? Guys?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
What is wrong with you people?
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
We are here for Varshan, yeah.
Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Yeah.
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Luckily, he's a dragoon and he can leap into the sky.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Your comrades are insane.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Alright. Chocobo Keep. Where am I at? Aetheryte, of course. Is it really 500 to northeast? My goodness. Oh, it's already attuned? And it could be set as a home point. Do any of my things need mending? No. Nidana.
Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours.
Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, June is an eminently capable substitute, and we will share no effort to aid you.
We'll spare no effort to aid you, yes.
So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions?
Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. We cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection.
Could such a thing be possible?
Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to the etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and there is where you and your blessing of light come in.
Whatever it is, just leave it to me.
Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case,
Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands.
We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations.
Very well. Up the hill we go. If only I could fly. Wouldn't it be nice if I could fly? Then I wouldn't have to run all the way around. Whoop. Well, crap.
Sprint swim.
Go back across this bridge. We gotta go up here. Nidana.
I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweet tears, our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance.
Indeed. Drunken Deepa.
Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject.
Follow its lead and try not to fall behind. Whoa. Hey. Where are we going? Little lantern.
Readying ether, please stand back. Readying ether, please stand back. Ready to discharge test subjects. Warning, discharging ether.
You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Cool.
Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Ready, ether. Please stand back. Warning. Discharging. Ether. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow.
Go ahead and lead the way. Drunken Deepa.
Ready, ether. Please stand back. Ready to discharge test subjects. Warning, discharging ether.
You're struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm.
Subject fortitude rated. Impressive. No irregularities. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge.
All right.
Ready, ether. Please stand back. Ready to discharge. Test subjects, please enter. Warning, discharging ether.
You are struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survive completely unscathed.
Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humus.
There we go. Nidana! Why did we have to run around in a circle to do all that?
Ah, you've returned. And not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the deep off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior, too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special link, and we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arxadora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work.
Wah, 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 wah. Boy, it is pouring rain. 400 to the east. Yes. I think that's still the same one that we had spotted from down there. Nidana.
I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out! Jurasia!
Right now. I will deal with it.
God, that gave me a fright. To think that the whoops. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise.
Well. If you could do a fate, would you? You cursed Kanabuti. A return of the tyrant.
And here we are. Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit wheat grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once. If you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
Indeed. And now Reaper's almost 90 or almost 81. 81. Should be at the end of this quest.
Ba 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 ba.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
Yeah. What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radz-at-Han to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
You need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
Yes.
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal?
With my help, of course.
Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
You're a crazy man. Also, your outfit has 2 hoods, one up and one down. Sir.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we?
Sure. But also, hang on. What if... Why won't you let me jump off cliffs? Come on. You let me jump off cliffs in the east. Back in Hingashi. Won't let me jump off cliffs here, though. Let's see if we can get some more map. Just barely. Yeah, there we go. Also, 200 to the northwest. It's definitely gonna be like off the cliff, right? Yep. Out there somewhere. Possibly at that tower. Anyways. Time for the great work. Also, there's a merchant, junkmonger. Just want to sell these. Yes. Thank you. What do you have? Item level 515 stuff. Getting a horse chestnut spear. Doesn't look bad. Wait, don't I have... Yeah, I've got that. Actually. How's that look? It looks decent. I prefer Fire Fist, but... still. Okay. Finish out this quest.
Junasia, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude.
Woo! Level up!
Nice, nice. I think that is where we will end things for today. It's been almost 4 hours of stream. Woo! Well, so far I've been pretty good. We've gotten quite a ways down this quest line. Still have that other quest line that we gotta do as well. So Thavnir, we are about to... what's this next one? A Boy's Errand. Ah! That's the third to last quest on this side. And then, of course, we're only on a seat at this... at the last stand. Yeah, that's only the second quest in that line. So, still got a lot to do over there. Not much left to do here in Thavnir. Then we just kind of join in back to single main chest queen. Or main quest chain. Blech. Though where it converges starts level 81 quests for like 3 quests. And then there's a bunch of level 82 quests. 12, 83, 84, 85, and so on. So I will probably have to just start completing quests just as Sage, just so it can hopefully keep up. Previously, if I stuck to one, in the previous expansion, if I stuck to one class, it would level, just doing the main quests, it would level enough to keep up. However, that was with the special earring. Yeah, Menfina's earring, which boosts experience gain when below, well, when level 80 and below. We're not below level 80 anymore, so we don't get that bonus XP. Stuck with just what the quests will give us. And anyways, making good progress. I'll probably level some other classes off stream again. Further that goal of all level 50s plus. So I want to get Bard to 50. Gladiator and Marauder, I should get to level 50 as well. I do also want to level Dragoon and Monk, because I remember those were pretty fun. And I want to get Monk to 60 so they can have Flaming Fists. The Ifrit weapon, just punch with fiery fists. Yeah. Anyways, Monday will probably be more demos, And then I'll have to figure out something for Wednesday along with next, the following week, Monday and Wednesday, because after that, I just need those 3 days of streams taken care of, because then the Thursday after that Wednesday stream will be the 29th when the Final Fantasy VII Part 2 remake comes out, and I want to play that a lot. Pretty excited. At any rate, I'll see you next mission. Bye-bye.